We are live. We are drawing and chilling with Will. Let's see what the AI. Welcome to the Will Studios. I'm going to connect my tablet here so we can start drawing. I am not terribly busy today, so I get to draw. I just get to sit and relax. You know, I'm working on this bookmark for Michael Ferraro. I want to be coloring that soon. Let's see here. Bring that up. There we go. It's been nice having the family away. I'll be honest. I love them, but, you know, just me and the boy, me and the dog. He's had a great time. He's been playing a lot more than he normally gets to, I think. And, you know, I throw the Frisbee the best, so he's having a good time. I brushed him out this morning. Just had a nice little lunch. Some poached salmon, eggs. I got my coffee. I should be ready to go. But I was deciding last night what to put in that corner. I decided just to put two more characters walking. The one white spider with the face paint, I'd almost rather have her in the foreground because she looks better when she's close up. I can make her eyes more visible through the makeup. But I've already decided on this one being like the central figure. I don't want to have to swap out her face. Is that the move though? No. I want a big purple body. These witches have purple skin. And that's really fun. So I want to showcase the fun parts of the story for sure. But there's something nice and relaxing about just drawing ladies and not like zombies and violence and stuff like that. I need to get back to Revenant Steel. I'll be doing that as soon as I wrap this piece up. So I need to focus and make this thing happen. I was just over on Grey Cloud's stream talking to him about his idea for like a futuristic story about a guy and his dog. They're gonna fight this evil corporation. It's nice to think that I could help people like with their ideas. As I said before, I want to be an uplifting force in independent comic books. You know, I want to help people. If they have dreams, you know. I'd love to get the angle right in this head. I feel like when characters are in the background, it's like that much more important to really nail the silhouette, because that's what's doing most of the communication with the audience. Like, I'm not going to be able to make her, like, crazy detailed here. Ugh. Gotta remember to shrink my eraser. Yeah, no time limit today. Getting excited about For the Fans Fest. There might be a food truck waiting for me. So I got to pester Matt Rumor about that. Because I was talking to him on a stream not too long ago, and it came up, like, you know, that I was looking at doing like a food truck business to sort of kickstart a potential restaurant endeavor in the future. I was just talking about pricing out. I was pricing out like trucks and how, like, okay, I could get a decommissioned FedEx truck for like $5,000 on eBay Motors. Just mod it out. I'd have to mod it out myself. I was looking up different like machining workshops and stuff, because there's people that use like the tools who I could find. I'm like, okay, how much to either rent the tools and do it myself, or find someone who already knows how to do it, who'd be able to do it at a reasonable price. Gotta make sure I give this girl like kind of wacky hair, because that kind of defines her whole aesthetic in a way, right? I'll think on that. But anyway, he's like, dude, if you're gonna spend $5,000 on a food truck, he's apparently, his family had one they were looking to get rid of, and it's made for snow cones and hot dogs right now. Man, if I get my hands on a food truck and it's got a steam table and there's room for a little pizza oven, that might be something I can make work. I could get that rolling here pretty soon. And at that point, it's like, okay, if I get whatever business loan, what's up, E. Ortiz? I'm drawing chicks and talking about food truck endeavors here. I'm like, if I can get a little deck oven, like one of those 2x2 deck ovens, stack them up, have like 2 deck ovens running. See, okay, how much pizza could I produce in an hour? Have some fresh baked bread with some killer meatballs and just be slinging meatball sandwiches, you know, steak sandwiches, all kind. You know, the sky's the limit. If I have the tools, I can execute. So that's exciting. That's in October. And I'm going to be driving down with Dr. Ben, the creator of Van Piglet. We'll be descending in For the Fans Fest. That's right, dude. Chicks and food. Who doesn't? Who doesn't love it? That's what I need. And I was thinking about, okay, we were brainstorming business ideas. And I'm like, how great are arcades? Because we got these arcade machines here in the background. And we were thinking if we could get like an arcade where we exclusively hire like hot chicks to just draw people in, you know, like honey. This is going to be a pretty sweet bookmark, though. I'm excited to get to the coloring stages. I feel like that's when I was coloring the last piece that I'd started, I was feeling really good about myself, and then I decided that image was just too big. It was just too big for a postcard or for a bookmark. So we got super lucky. Tank Ferret, the noble Tank Ferret, volunteered to finish out the coloring and stuff. So that might end up getting turned into a poster, which I think would be pretty sweet. I had all 8 of the spiders lined up next to a no smoking sign, smoking cigarettes like bad girls. Smoking in the boys' room. Yeah, man. Because on the one hand, I'd love to, you know, go back and finish it. But on the other hand, I got stuff to do. You know, I got my own comic book I got to get back to. I got to get back to it. This is kind of a welcome distraction. Because there are, like, no chicks in my comic book. It's kind of a problem. I like to draw them. She's walking with her floaty. And it's great meeting people like Tank, too. Like, being part of Comicsgate and having people that, like, actually appreciate what I'm doing. And, you know, meeting cool people. So there's a lot of, you know, for the most part, I don't meet people outside of work. And none of those people are artists or anything like that. I know, dude. Do you know anything about Revenant Steel? I don't know if you've ever seen the comic I'm actually doing. Here's the cover for that one. It's a bit darker. It's a dark fantasy. It's about finding purpose in the afterlife as a member of the Army of the Dead. Got this 7-fingered demon hand coming down. I went with putting the title in the middle of the page. I feel like that's a nice touch. Yeah. I talk about it whenever I can. Thanks, man. This one was brewing because the first cover I drew was this one over here, and I had more of an action scene with the flaming sword. Because that's the only way to kill these things that are coming back to life. It's a flaming sword to the heart, you know. But it's very much like dark fantasy. It's the opening scene. The rats eating all the dead bodies that had been slain with a revenant steel blade. Yeah, I'm doing it all on an iPad. You know what's extra crazy? So, like, I was always a good artist, right? I was one of those guys who was just pretty good at art. And I thought I could just whip out a comic book. When I first decided to do this, I bought a Galaxy Note phone, like the oversized phone with the stylus. And, like, I could do it like this, you know? And I'm doing, like, little pages or whatever. And, yeah, that was stupid of me. You know, because even now with this, like, I got a little 11-inch screen, so like I could use a bigger screen. I kind of miss. I do like doing things traditionally, also. I know, man. Wasn't it great? It was too big, though. And then a little water damage just ruined the whole thing for me. I'm back on iPhone again. I think all the white spiders need to have spider webs on their bikinis. Or some sort of spider motif. Because this girl had like a bat thing. What's up, Gray Cloud? Digital bullpen. What is that? What's that? Like brainstorming? Yeah, man. I'll go wherever I get to, you know, talk and show off, you know. I was talking to Gray Cloud about his idea earlier. And like I mentioned, like, I want to be an uplifting figure, you know what I mean? I think it'd be awesome if Gray Cloud gets the comic book rolling, like he gets a script going. Yeah. Well, it's like that's what this could evolve into today, because I friggin' I sent the link out to I'm only in like 4 groups on X with artists in it. Get me some literature about creating scripts. Yeah. The only book I read was the one by Stephen King, On Writing. That one was a pretty fun read. too much if I'm going to color it. That's the line there. Yeah, like when I first started this, I thought, like I said, I thought I was going to be able to make it just entirely on the Galaxy Note. And I'm like, and I had no idea about Comicsgate, or I was completely ignorant on the indie scene. So like the idea of collaborating with somebody on something was just a foreign concept to me. Right? Genuine Comic, these ladies are from a comic book called Cool It, from a Mr. Michael Ferraro. And this is going to become a bookmark. And I fear that I'm putting too much in the picture. I'm trying to keep in mind that he's going to trim it from the sides. So I got to not add anything else like interesting to the image. Because if it clips off here or there, I'm like, you know, we could probably lose a little bit. Anyway, I'm about to flesh out the background a little bit. I had originally, because I'm like, I want to draw something for Cool It for the campaign. And this was my first idea. Because he sent me some character sheets for the White Spider Gang. And it's these martial arts witch girls who fight the main character. So they're all going to have like red eyes and stuff. But I played around with their outfits. I wanted to do like a sort of manga style, like drip them out a little bit and have them like doing something. So they're all like smoking, like bad girls. I was going to put like the smoke effects and stuff in there. But I realized like this isn't going to look good on a bookmark. You know, this is like a damn poster, the way this is. Like I would want people to be able to see what's going on here. So, Hank Ferret, I've sent him the black and whites and the flats off this image, and he wants to finish it. He thinks it'll be a lot of fun. So you can keep a definitely pick up Cool It, because you might have both a bookmark and a poster as freebies or extras or whatever, drawn by yours truly, but drawn by the Will Studios. But I decided I needed to just pick one and do like a central, more of a pinup style like thing. So here we are. I'm thinking there should be some sort of entrance. Like the locker rooms maybe back here where these ladies are coming from. Put like a little Is that what a ladies' room symbol looks like? We all have to become more disciplined, Gray Cloud. It's a never-ending struggle against our own nature. I'd love to be playing Clash Royale right now. I got a new deck I've been working on with the new card, the Samurai. But games are for children. Just put a W. That's not as evident. Dude, playing Go is that'll really prevent you from getting dementia in your old age, you know? Like, you got to keep your mind active. It's better than chess as like a daily routine, as like a puzzle solve, because you could do little puzzles, you know? You use Page Assist with groups or separate files for pages? I don't know what that means. Like Page Assist as far as letting the do the little drawing assist so that I'm drawing on the thing that I have set up. Because I just activate that when I need it. And my layers, I add layers and flatten layers as needed all the time, because sometimes I'll find myself I'll create the underdrawing layer that's under my screen, my blue screen layer, and I'll end up with like 7 of them, and I gotta trim them down. And I like to work with minimal layers. I'd like to have, after I'm done with the line work, just having one line work layer, and then I'll flat it out and then create a clipping layer for the coloring. But then, you know, I'm not a professional. I'm just some dude in his basement. So, if someone has a better way, you point me to them. Something behind her. Maybe there's a water fountain or something. See, that baffles me. I don't understand it. Sometimes I see, like, I'm moving around the files and it'll group up, and I'm like, I get scared and I undo it, like, right away. I use Procreate, but I just use one pressure brush, you know? I'm a boomer when it comes to this sort of stuff, man. I could probably be a lot more efficient if I understood the tools involved, but we'll see. I could be done adding stuff to this. Hi, Will and Grey Cloud. I'm just observing your work. I draw also. I just do it more conventional. I don't know anything about drawing on a computer, but very cool. Awesome work. The computer lets me undo stuff, you know? The computer has produced a very lazy mind in many ways, because I feel like when I'm drawing traditional, I have to, you know, really, like, is this the line I'm making? You know? Because if I make that line and I don't like it, I'm not just going to be able to boop and get rid of it. So the tablet makes it so that I don't have stacks of paper, and I can, you know, doodle endlessly, experiment endlessly. So then the challenge becomes not zooming in too much or, going that way. Yeah. I'll have to look up how to do that. I want to give her like some sunscreen or something. I was thinking about giving her a tote bag. What's on this layer? Dude, if you have a page or something, if you want to send me a link, I'll take a look at them. Sound like she's gonna have something next to her legs, like lotion, something. I was thinking like a tote bag at first. Rub the lotion on its skin or else it gets the hose again. It'd be great if I had like a little animal to put it in there. Yeah, so you saw what I did. So I like ghosted out that layer that I liked, and that's, that's the true power of the tablet, is I can draw a whole thing and then just move that down if I want. So the idea here is I'm going to draw this bag, and then when I have it sort of mapped out the way I want, I can move that down here and then draw it on the layer that it belongs, right? I can bring this up, I can erase the dark lines there and put the bag in place. But in the meantime, what's in the bag? I'll have this obviously be like sunscreen. Yeah, man. And that's why it's like, if you're making a comic book, this is the efficient way. I know people are saying, oh, well, you're missing out on the secondary market. People will pay for your artwork. But, I'm like, I got to produce, man. I got to produce a comic book. So yeah, if I was doing this traditionally, I'd be like drawing everything real light, and I'd be save the dark marks for last. What do girls take to the beach? It's not just sunblock. Hold on a second. I don't want Imagine. I want regular Talking to Grok. Ask. There we go. Drawing a beach scene. What a girl in her beach bag, not a towel. See, if I knew they had a kitten. So I got the sunscreen, water bottle. I thought about that. Keys, small wallet, lip balm, hair ties, flip flops. Book, a Kindle, or a magazine. Earbuds could be fun if I put them on her, you know what I mean? So yeah, if we're doing sunglasses, I could put them like hanging off the edge of the bag here. I could give her a book. Give her like one of those thick paperbacks. Somebody's face on it. kind of water bottle would she have? She would have like one of those Stanley cups, right? The straw version. So if I gave her earbuds, it would be fun to have the wire coming down. And that if I had her phone like sitting next to her, that I think would be the more realistic approach. But then phones don't have wires no more, bud. iPhones don't have wires. So that makes that tough. I kind of liked having the folds visible on the towel. So I might change up a little bit of the angle on that. That's good. That's good advice. I know, I don't know. After I turned like 40, and Gray Cloud's a bit older than me, you know, I feel like a lot of my day is spent just rehabbing my body, make sure my posture's not messed up. Especially drawing, I feel myself, I'm hunched over a lot doing that. That can be rough on the neck, man. You know, lifestyle is everything when it comes to your health. I got a back roller and all sorts of stuff. Yeah. Do you do any, I was thinking, I probably brought it up with you, Gray Cloud, DDPY, the Diamond Dallas Page yoga program. I might have to sign you up. I'll start plugging that into chats. We need to crowdfund a membership for Gray Cloud to the Diamond Dallas Page yoga regimen. And then he's going to just rehab his body. He's going to be in the best shape of his life at the age of whatever age you are. Yeah. It's tough, man. It's tough owning a vessel of meat and bone and relying on it to survive, you know? When we are beings of light, you know? What did Yoda teach us? Yoda told me that I was not this crude matter. Yeah, man. You want to see something crazy that I got? I got this thing for my neck. And it actually helps quite a bit, like, because if my neck feels a certain way, I want to crack it, but then if you torque it, you know, you're messing it up even more. You know what I mean? So I put myself in traction and just like, I can stretch it out if I want, you know, like decompress from the base of the spine down to the shoulder, you know, because even right now I feel tightness
coming down back this way. But then also, a lot of that is your blood flow, because if your heart's not strong enough to really pump the blood, then it's going to slow down in certain places. And if you're doing stuff like smoking weed or whatever, inflaming the back of your throat with hot air, you know, even this thing, even my vape, it's not combusting, but it's pumping, you know, I'm sucking hot air, and that has an effect, you know? So it's like, got to stay on the cardio to stay ahead of the hypertension. You know, I got to make sure I'm decompressing, to make sure that, because for a while there, I had this wicked pain in my neck, right? And I saw a random TikTok about the Atlas bone, which is like the first vertebrae in your neck under your skull, and how, you know, some of my issues are probably structural, and I was able to like shift it back into place, and it's like all that neck pain is gone, you know. But I still feel sometimes where I gotta make sure my bones are in alignment, make sure my bones aren't shifting around, because I'm just sitting there sedentary doing this the whole time, you know. Yeah, they got to keep you from, you know, messing yourself up. And I'm sitting there like, if my neck feels a certain way, I'll just start torquing it around and, you know, messing around with it in different areas. And before I know it, I did more damage than I needed to. Yeah, Darth Vader starter kit, man. We're gonna all be little half robots. It's gonna be like Gray Cloud's story, where the government wants you, or not the government, the corporations want you, you know, to be part of their system. Those who resist be hunted. The world now relies on a man and his dog. Bag is coming along. Got to focus on finishing things and not just working on things. Got to be about it. Am I just giving her aviators? Or does she need some sort of spider design on the glasses?
Yeah, man, I'm not going anywhere. Do it up, man. Get that blood moving through your legs. If you don't move the blood around in your body, it can't do the work. I might take a 5-minute burpee break, you know? Start doing burpees. Freaking Gray Cloud's doing more exercise than me right now. What should the FPF be on this thing? Like 200? It could be 2 or a 6, but it's hundreds. Most people use FPF 30, but she's a rampier. She's a rampier. Gonna stay mission focused on this stream. as fine a bottle of sunscreen as I've ever seen, I'd say. His name is Gnarly Comic. I'll put Gnarly Novella down here. Good afternoon, Tank. Magnificent bastard. Yeah, man. The tablet is definitely worth it. What do you think, Tank? I think we're looking pretty good. Coming along. First, would those glasses fit on that head? I gotta make the glasses bigger. Hell yeah. Dude, I'm excited to see you finish that no smoking picture though, man. It'll be it's funny if Michael comes out of this with like a poster and a bookmark. Yeah, man, I don't know if you're around. I know Micro Center around me had an iPad sale not too long ago, so I was able to pick one up for my daughter for like $250, $300 or so, and she can run Procreate on that. It's a pretty light program. I know when I bought mine, it was like $800 or $900. I think mine's a little better than hers though. It has like a more storage or whatever the hell made it more expensive. Or I didn't catch it on a good enough sale. But Micro Center is the spot around me that has the cool computer sales. They do some really good affordable desktop computers too. Mine is from them. Hell yeah, man. I unfortunately work tomorrow night. We'll see. I might get off in time to swing through for the last half of that show. But this week I was off Monday, Tuesday, and then I managed to get off Sunday, which was nice, because I could come to the goth night. Since my family left me, I'm just like hanging out alone in the house. So I'm not, I don't have to give any good night hugs. I don't have to go upstairs and kiss little boo-boos. I don't have to find their missing kitties in the morning. Little stuffed kitties. I miss them. I'll get them back soon enough. 5 days without them. I have a workstation PC rig, Ryzen 9. Very nice. Very nice. I think mine's a Ryzen 7. I don't have the Ryzen 9. I got the Ryzen 7 and... What is my... I think I got the 3060. Do I? How much RAM is in this thing? Yeah. You got 64 gigabytes of RAM? I think I got... What is each stick, like 8? So I got like half that. So I got 4 sticks of RAM in there. Or is it 2? Ugh. That's one thing, like, because I'm a white guy with glasses. So growing up, people are like, you got a computer? What's your computer like? And it's like, no, I got like the family computer. I don't know anything about this. I don't know anything about RAM or any of that. I don't know how to overclock my system. I can play games with you. Kick up some Battlefront. Get a LAN party rolling. Yeah, it'd be nice to upgrade the rig, man. Because, like, I know you do the modded Skyrim. I was doing that for a while, but I had the VR version, which would crash. Like, I feel like the VR version of Skyrim, when you have more than, like, 50 to 100 mods on it, it crashes way easier than the regular Skyrim. But you're always, like, you spend hours modding it, and then just seeing how far can I push this before it crashes the system, which is both fun and also kind of a waste of time, you know? So I always give myself so much grief after playing video games, man. And part of me would love to go back into the modded Skyrim, because like the VR modded Skyrim, like you can touch things, you can smack people around. Like I loved being able to just do whatever I want, you know, grab people. The fight, like the fist fights are way cooler. Like when you got to test your metal against what's her face at the Bannered Mare in the beginning, and I'm just freaking throwing fists at this lady. You never know a real woman unless you fist fight her. before she's modded out, so she's all hot. Does that even look like a candy bar? I'll give her a bag of chips over here. Yeah, I had a couple of those programs where you can, like, you know, turn it and play with it and stuff. I just felt like I was already... It's one of those things where you're going to be faster at whatever you practice in, and I'd already been using Blender a little bit, so I was like, you know, is the VR gear actually helping me be faster at this, or what? Yeah, Uthgard the Unbroken. Yeah, I was not interested in having immersive experiences in my VR game, right? Like, I had 6 bunny girls following me around. I had, you know, I was just downloading girlfriends all the time and seeing, like, who's the hottest one, you know? How disrespectable can I make these ladies? See you around, random guy. One of my favorites, there was one girl who you find her in Whiterun, but she sings songs and stuff, and she's a cute blonde. You could have her either as her own thing or as a replacement for Lydia. Yeah. Like I said, I'm like, I don't have time. You don't have time, Will. All right? You don't have time to be doing that. Last time I felt like I had it in a stable place, the game. And then I tried to play it after a while. And it just, man, it's like every time I open it, it's a crapshoot. Is it going to work? Is it not going to work? Meanwhile, my PC is just heaving down here. It's like, Will, what are you doing? Why are you running a modded VR Skyrim right now? I'm just your simple computer. That's the other thing, is each mod takes space. Have you ever heard of Blade and Sorcery? Freaking, here, let's see. I recorded a video of myself playing yesterday. Turn off this damn music. So this is me and the sword fight that I had with Leonardo. So this is a modded VR game where it's like a sandbox. You can do like just about anything. Dude, anything's better than consoles these days, especially with the new one coming out. The trouble with this game, and they have mods to fix this, but it's like incompatible with some of the other mods that I have rolling, where if you swing too hard, it'll throw the sword. So I'll be sitting there sword fighting, and then suddenly my weapon's gone, and I got to search for a new one. But I'm also wearing the Venom symbiote with some Berserker gear on. Like, if you looked at my character, I have like a skull head and like these big pauldrons and a Venom symbiote suit. And so, like, later on in the sword fight, I'm like firing webbing at him. Because I had it set so, like, every time I kill a Leonardo, another Leonardo shows up. But I want to see when I jump off the building here. Because this is where I can just sit there and swing through the city like Spider-Man, swing through between the buildings and stuff. And I'm in like I'm in a GTA mod. So this was, I guess, GTA 4, the downtown district of GTA 4 that I'm running around in, web slinging. And I've taken damage, so I freaking have that red aura about me. But it's pretty fun, man. You can stick to walls because I got the symbiote suit on. Anyway. Where's the one where I fought the turtles? Did I not record that one? One where I had the Spider-Man suit on. Did I have Thor's hammer on me or no? Because if I had Thor's hammer, I'd be able to just fly around wherever I want. But man, do I really need other video games when I can do this? When I can just decompress, web sling around the city. I can go to the Batcave. I can friggin' fight the Ninja Turtles in the Batcave if I want. You know, be a kid. And then go about my business. I wish I could stream from within this. I think there's a way I could do it. Oh, well. I'm going to hit the restroom real quick, and then I'm going to get back to drawing. Give me like 5 minutes. Badland. Did you miss the Blade and Sorcery videos that I was showing you? I was showing you all my sweet mods where I got to swing around the city and fight Leonardo on a building. Oh. I have to decide how much more detail. Okay, I got to come back and redo the lines over here on her hair. Let me stream my tablet again. Yeah, man. It's fun. It's great. Like the best time I have with it is the Spider-Man mod, like I was showing you, because there's something about if you get into a good flow with the web slinging, it just feels great. Like at one point, I decided to go into the Batcave map and fight the Ninja Turtles, and I had it 5-on-1, all the Ninja Turtles plus Splinter coming after me, and I like killed Splinter right away to piss him off. But in the Batcave map, there's the platforms and then an abyss. And so I jumped off and accidentally missed the platform, and I was able to web sling on a stalactite and swing up and like do like 2 more web slings. And I web slung on the underside of this bridge and swung up on top of the bridge. And I'm like, dude, I feel like I'm literally Spider-Man right now, you know? Like, I don't think I would get that from a 2D game. And I'm also old, so it's like I'm not trying to play every game that comes out. People were trying to get me to play this Expedition 33 game, which apparently is amazing. You know, won a bunch of awards. A bunch of my friends recommending it, but I didn't make the move on that one because it's like, dude, I got shit to do. It's a heavy burden carrying stories around in your head that need to get produced. So you're modeling games right now, like 3D games, VR experiences? That explains the demand for a high-end workstation? Yeah, what I've had to do is I have one of those Primo water jugs, and I put that in the middle of the room. And then whenever I'm playing VR, I'm like, I got to make sure I know where the water jug is, you know, because otherwise, I took out my TV a few months ago when I didn't have the jug in the middle of the room. I'm playing Blade and Sorcery, and I'm just, you know, decapitating people. And I thought I punched a wall by accident, but I hit my TV. Ugh. Had to get a new TV. There you go. I gotta stop myself from asking you about the tabletop games. Unless you want to talk about them. Are they your ideas, or are you making these like a commission for other people that have ideas? I'm imagining like Dungeons and Dragons style, like miniatures for role play. I've never used ShapeLab. Blender, yes. I think everyone's used Blender. Blender is so easy to use. Heard that. Oh. I had an idea for a board game. And I wanted to combine a card game, like a Yu-Gi-Oh style card game where you summon creatures with a map. Because I was big into HeroClix and Yu-Gi-Oh back in the day. And when the creator of Yu-Gi-Oh died, I started I was thinking of ideas because how brilliant was Yu-Gi-Oh? I know the original manga and stuff, it was more random death games, with Yami making bets. Like if you ever watched season 0 of Yu-Gi-Oh, you'd see a bit of that. ShapeLab is for VR only. That might have been the one that I played with. I know I downloaded one with that was on the Oculus store, and I played around with it for a second, but nothing. I don't know, man. It wasn't flowing. I guess I didn't go in there with like a good idea of what I wanted out of it. Yeah. I wanted to create a game that I could make a comic book about, where it's like, you could have Yu-Gi-Oh style where it's like, all the drama comes from the fact that these teenagers are obsessed with this game and with winning. And you can add supernatural elements or whatever, like deeper story elements where it's like somehow this game is the key to saving the world because this dude who is destroying the world is also like obsessed with the game or whatever. Like if I beat this guy in this game, like if I make a wager, there's all sorts of opportunities there. So I created like the opening premise. I was creating all these characters because it was about this kid who goes to a new school where everyone's obsessed with this game, and that's how they get into it. So it's almost like me with Pokemon, because my middle school growing up, everyone thought Pokemon was gay as hell, and then I go to a new school, and if you don't like Pokemon, you are gay. And so I learned to enjoy Pokemon as a result. But yeah, I'm like, if I have a story where this kid goes to this new school and then has to learn a game that has all these rules, right? And then they're miraculously good at it, so it pisses everybody off, and I can have like my own take on, the effect that a main character would have on the ecosystem. Like imagine being a person who loves this game, and then all of a sudden somebody walks into school that has main character aura, and they freaking start pulling the rarest cards, and then they inexplicably start winning games, that'd piss me off for sure. I could see that. I might take a look. I know I paid like $10 for whatever I got, so I'll look. It might actually be ShapeLab. Who knows? Who knows? But then, oh no, it wasn't ZBrush. I wasn't using ZBrush. Yeah. I haven't played an arcade fighting machine in so long. Yeah. It was something like that. When I first got the Oculus, I was a little, just buying stuff. I still play Super Hot occasionally too, man. And did you ever play Until You Fall? Until You Fall had a very like feminine vibe to it. They definitely wanted like housewives to be doing cardio. It was like in their advertisements too, but it was it's a cool little workout. Swing your arms, fighting shit. Like, you'll be fighting like 6 things at once if you're not smart. Every like map you go into has a progression of enemies. And I've almost defeated like the super hard mode on that one. I might record myself playing that later and just have that as a video I can pull up. Dude, that's great. Yeah, man, if I get a lump of clay in my hands, I'll have a lot of fun with it, man. I like sculpting a lot, quite a lot actually. Got to come up with some games to put back here. I might send a picture to Michael with just like some red spots. Like, what do you want to put here? What are some cool logos? I can slap in this thing. Yeah, man. The rigging and like I'm one of those guys who I've like dabbled as much to like understand kind of what it is, but if I start trying to do it, like I would just be like all thumbs, like I really do I wish I had spent more time on that? I don't know. What would I be doing with it? Making 3D models? Making my own mods? For a minute there, I was going to make my own like swords and stuff to throw into Skyrim. And I got as far as like sculpting a Sword of Omens and creating the NIF file and putting it in there. But then it came to like skinning it and stuff. And I'm just kind of like, ugh. It seems like a lot. It seems like a lot. I'm going to go do something else. Sorry, my wife is sending me pictures of my children having fun. That's a good picture. Yeah, that sounds cool, man. I had a 3D printer for a minute too. I made a Power Ranger helmet, and I made a little She-Ra action figure, and then I got as far as like I was using PLA. I want to say I forget, like, because which one is it that's like the easiest one to use, but it's kind of brittle when it lays down the layer. I want to say it was PLA. And then when I tried to switch to something that was a little more durable, because it's like, could I 3D print separate pieces and pop them in? Because I can't do that with the PLA. If I try to pop it in with the PLA, it'll just snap off on the layer, right? So then I was using this other stuff, and it just kept bubbling. Like, I got some like half workable prints out of it. But there's only so many hours in the day, man. I ended up giving the 3D printer away to my brother-in-law, because he's like, I want to use it, and he's kind of doing the same thing where he's making prototype board games and stuff with him and his buddy. He had a game that was a space battle game where you had cards as like pieces of the ship, right? And they would take damage or whatever. You would have a Star Trek style like naval battle with these cards, and that was a pretty cool concept. Your resin printing, is that where it like dips in to like the pool and it uses a laser to like do it, or are you talking about like injection molds? Like what Based Art Department's doing? Yeah, there you go. I came across a guy doing that, and he was making these replica like Masters of the Universe style figures. I'm like, man, that seems doable. It seems doable if I was the type of person who would clean up my garage and actually set up an area to do it. And then I got to remind myself that I'm not that person. I just focus on being an artist, Will. Quit trying to be a smith. Friggin' blacksmith, too. My days of making costumes and stuff, they need to be over, more or less. Unless I really, really, really want to make a specific costume. Dude, I've seen that. Do you follow Rick Baker online? It's the Monster Maker guy. He did a lot of special effects for Hollywood and stuff back in the day. And he's got a whole little workshop. He was one of those guys I found on Instagram early on. And I liked having him on just like for inspiration / reference. Having him on my feed. Because, yeah, he's got one of those. And he, I think he uses ZBrush when he makes his 3D models on his computer. Watch me erase these sunglasses as soon as I put all this work into like shaping them out. God, yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna have any setup like that anytime soon. I'll have my food truck up and running way before that. You know what I mean? Tell you, you know, you focus on the fabrications. You and Based Art Department, you guys can focus on the fabrications. I'm gonna make some incredible meatballs, and I'm gonna buy a food truck off of Matt Rumor, and I'll keep plugging away at these comic books. You don't know of him, but you've seen his work because he was like he's worked on a lot of famous Hollywood projects and stuff. Rick Baker, um, what his handle is like, Creature Maker or Monster Maker or something. But he's one of those artists that just can't turn it off. You know what I mean? Like he's not working for any specific company anymore, I don't think. But he's just still making Frankenstein stuff and doing all kinds of stuff. Yeah, man, that'd be nice. You know, to be extra nice is if Revenant Steel made $1 million and then I would just have 80K, you know, and I could find somebody like you or Ben or somebody who I could invest in and be like, hey, you know, let me swing by the shop and play around, you know, on the days I feel like doing it. Sorry, I'm getting more baby pictures. More pictures of the kids having fun without me. Anywho. Oh, there you go. Like the old He-Man stuff. Like how many pages is a mini comic? 10, 12? Enjoy, buddy. Enjoy that honeydew. Mm-hmm. No, I'm not muted. I'm just noodling through this hair. Tank said goodbye. So I was alone. All alone with my thoughts for a moment. All alone with my thoughts and thinking, how do I make this hair look a little better for that final layer? How can I be done with this hair? You know, because all over this image, I see little things where I'm like, I got to get back to that. Got to get back to that. And I'm like, let's knock all of that out so we can get to the coloring. I want to be coloring this tonight. Should have been done with this 2 days ago. Put some water trailing behind this girl because they were, you know, they're dripping. Gonna have some water pooling up here, dripping. Need some water drips. I should make another layer to map out everywhere the water's gonna go. Because it's definitely going to be running down her breast a little bit. It's got to be coming up out of the pool. Water on her hands. Yeah, Tank's running off to take care of his family. Told him, I'm like, I've been blessed with a week of no family. It's like a sign to put the work in, get some work done. I should turn back on that AI music just so it's not completely quiet. Thought I got rid of this line earlier. Just devastating that. Just a random freaking line. Clean up all my messy lines. Welcome, Gray Cloud. You are currently muted.
What's up?
There you go.
I'm just coming through with my phone because I was like, you know, if I have to get off so easy, I have to set up, I have to pull the laptop out and turn the hotspot on in order for me to come on with it. Come on with my phone.
Well, I'm turning off this music because you're cutting up a little bit.
Well, I just came on through my phone so that if I have to get up and move around, you know what I mean? Like if
Yeah, I
if
know what you mean.
So
I hear you, man.
I took a little walk. I mean, it might not seem like, well, I guess that's probably about a 20-minute or a little more walk because I know I sweated my ass off, man. It's fucking humid.
Yeah, dude, it's tough out there.
But
for sure.
I'd kind of let the heat keep me from walking the past couple of days and stuff. Or, you know, so I was like, man, I need to get this moving around a little bit more. Oh. So, let me put my glasses on because I'm, you know, I was about to hook up my hotspot anyway, and then turn my laptop on, and then have it watching you from my laptop. And I was like, well, I'm still having to set my laptop up. And the whole
Right.
point of my phone to come on here was that I didn't have to do all that. So I was like, because if I had it playing in the background on another device, it's giving you a view.
Right.
Because that does add up. Like every minute someone's watching adds up to your, like the overall.
Bless you for thinking about that, because I don't.
Well,
I'm just like drawing, and the way I figure it, once Revenant Steel comes out, once people get a taste of the sauce, and they understand, like, dude, Will's got the sauce. That's when my stuff is really going to take off.
Yeah. I used to do streams through Restream just from my phone, and I would have people on, but like as far as needing to, when I'm on my mobile like that, I don't think I can share a screen though. Like it doesn't have that. Like if I wanted somebody to share something, the laptop, like I think I noticed that the last time I tried it.
Yeah, the interface is different.
Yeah. But Restream's pretty functional with a mobile. Like when you're using your phone, it works. Because, in the beginning, I would come through on my phone because I didn't have a laptop through people's StreamYard. And StreamYard's not as mobile friendly. Like Restream seems to be a little bit more.
That's good.
But, most of the streams I do, if I think I'm going to have somebody on, or I'm going to open up, want people on the panel, it's best for me to come through the laptop and use, whatever I'm using.
Totally.
Yeah. Yeah, when I got in and then I first turned you on, it was so silent because you had the music going earlier, and I was like, is he muted? And then you said something, and I was like, okay.
Yeah, no, I was talking to Tank there for a minute about 3D printing and stuff like that, and just doing stuff, being handy, starting my food truck. And then when he popped off, I started zoning in on, okay, what do I need to do to actually finish this freaking picture? And so now I'm going through and I'm just cleaning it up because, there's plenty of little spots that I go through and sketch it. And then, okay, it looks okay when you're zoomed out. But, if I'm about to color it, it's got to be a bit cleaner, I feel like.
Yeah. Yeah. While I was walking, I was kind of just thinking about what we had talked about and the whole fucking idea of the story that I've had in my head for years.
Mm-hmm.
That I didn't bring this up earlier on my stream, but at one time I've had the idea that maybe the grandfather isn't reincarnated. What if he was to have hit what if he before, like he knew that the corporation, was using his technology that he invented for ulterior motives.
Yeah.
And he has invented something. In other words, I had this idea of like an organic, like a mechanical dog, but it's got organic stuff intertwined in it. And that would enable him, like what if he had put his consciousness in like a dog-like body that he had created and hid away, or
you're getting dangerously close to one of my ideas. I was debating on whether or not to share it. I kind of started pulling it up a little bit on your stream, but we ended up talking about other stuff because basically my where is he? Release.
It's I'm trying to. There's got to be a reason that, like, the reincarnation thing was the first original idea, but now it's like we're talking about a future,
right?
And technology, and he's created something that harvests soul energy.
What do you think about this robot hand?
Oh, that's awesome.
This is something I drew like 3 years ago, and I'm like, man, I really got to get better at drawing cars. I got to get better at drawing people in perspective. You know, it was one of those things that kind of like woke me up to how bad I was. But, you know, I was still doing some cool stuff, you know? Like that hand, I still think looks pretty awesome. This was like the first thing I ever tried to color too, but yeah, Release is a story that takes place in the future. And Release has to do with a scientist whose technology could be used to usher in a new age of humanity. Like he sees the writing on the wall. He knows what could happen if his technology was used broadly. So he developed certain applications of it, and then he ended up being eliminated. But beforehand, he put himself inside of a robot. So then that robot has to bind himself with my main character, right? So the first page was of this robot. Come on now. Let me zoom in. And he's eating like the result of a certain experiment, right?
Right.
And then this was going to be him like blowing up the place because it has like dialogue here. I was trying to put him in like an underground facility, right? And then this was my favorite page where it blows up. And so I did the kaboom. You know, sailing up through the sky in his glorious robot body.
Oh, yeah.
So that was page 2. And then page 3, we go to the main character. And then I establish what year it is. And he's toggling his headset, right? And then that projects like a bunch of 3D, like augmented reality stuff. So I felt like in this scene, I was establishing the future technology that basically it bounces light off of objects back into your eyes to create illusions, right? So he's got a few channels that pop up here. And then the next page would be him like scrolling over to these dudes talking. And this was going to be a dialogue heavy page, right? That was basically going to do like a little lore dump in a way. Like, what's the world like? He's tuning into a podcast with two people talking. So they were going to have their lines that kind of gave the viewer a better idea about where we're at. And then he gets interrupted by his little assistant sprite character. And I was playing around with her, the look there. But he's like talking to this little personal assistant thing in front of him, right? Like rolling his eyes. But I haven't touched this in years. I haven't touched this in a while.
Yeah. Well, it's, you know what? It's like I've had this idea for years. Like I told you, like the original idea came to me almost 30 years ago. But when I discovered Godfo Universe and read the first book, Apollyon 20XX, there was a lot of similarities to what I'm trying to do as well. But, you know, there's a lot of people that have played around with those ideas and are still playing. Yeah. So it's not like it's an complete original idea in the first place. It's
well, and mine has more in common with like Starfire or Firestorm. It was Firestorm in the DC universe that had like the professor in his head that would help him out with the math problems.
Oh, because
by the middle of the first issue of,
Did you
Firestorm
say Firestorm
from DC? Yeah.
You know, wasn't he a character that was originally created for the cartoon and then they ended up putting him into the comic books?
That's possible.
I think it was, if I remember correctly.
I could see that because
I might be wrong. I'd have to look it up, but
because I know he was in the comic books in the 80s, but the Super Friends was like back in the 70s, right?
I believe it was like the early 80s. I don't know when it started. It could have started in the late 70s. But
I
I'd have
think
to go.
Super Friends was 70s because they were in that era where like the Banana Splits were on TV and stuff like that.
Well, what I'm saying, it might have started right at the end of the 70s because I do remember it in the early 80s as well. But it ran for quite a few seasons, I think. I could be wrong. I thought Super Friends ran for 3 or 4 or so seasons, like
easily.
I remember kind of morphed.
And then it evolved into like Battle of the Super Friends, where they brought the Legion of Doom in and stuff like that. It had several like incarnations.
Well, you know, for instance, we know that they did it with Harley Quinn, that she was never in the comic books. She had been created for the Batman animated series, and then she became a character in their comic books and one of their most popular characters, you know, like,
yeah,
you remember that, like, and I could be completely wrong on Firestorm. I might be thinking of someone else, but I'm wanting
probably
to say,
right.
I think, you know, like my memory's not all that great either, so I'd have to look it up. And on my phone, if I try to drop out of here, it'll drop me for me.
Oh,
if
right.
I want to look something up, like I just got a text message. There's some prescription that's been called in or sent in. It might be that doctor I called today, but I
Hell
can't.
Yeah, dude.
I don't want to hit the
painkillers.
Take me out of here right now. So, and I don't have a way to get, like, I don't know if it's going to cost me anything, and if it is, I need to know what it's going to cost and see if I still have enough to pay for it. If it's going to cost me a little out of pocket.
Yeah.
I have a few bucks, but I need to know what the cost, if there is any, because sometimes my prescription don't cost me anything, and sometimes might be $4, and some things might be 10 or 11 bucks, you know, never real expensive. But
okay,
anyway, I'll look at that after I get out of here. But yeah, man, you know, like just earlier when you were talking about it when I was just in the chat, when just some guy was around, and like you said, you hadn't even thought about collaborating with people and bouncing ideas off of people. And for me, I just like it. I like teamwork, man. Like if you have people that are good at what they do and are
I hear you on that. My fear is that the teamwork, if you get too many hands in the pot, what are you doing? You know?
Well, yeah.
Like, are we all just sticking our hands in and doing this? You know what I mean? Like, is anyone going to pull anything out? What are we doing?
Right.
You know? I'm dealing with that right now. We got the Goth Knight crew. We had this idea to do a midget wrestling comic book, you know, and I find myself trying to keep us focused on the mission of creating a comic book because, you know, I feel like they're having a lot of fun creating new characters, you know.
Yeah.
And I don't know. We'll see. Because...
Well, didn't Self-Destruct say the other day, I think he said he was saying something to the extent he needed to get on the right. He's got an idea to start with a script or something. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. He has an idea. Like, he sent me...
I'm saying something that he needs to get on to, like, actually maybe writing a little bit of it or something. Kind of like,
right.
I need to get back to, you know, right now I figure today kind of got the spark flowing again, you know, and like on my walk with the headphones and shit, that kind of took me to a new zone. I just was like, playing around with all these different ideas I've already had. And I'm like, so I need to make a decision. Like, is the dog a fully organic dog? Is it a dog that's just, is it something the grandfather invented and it's like a combination of metal and an organic outer layer?
Did the grandfather have a pet dog that he modified before his death who then sought out the boy?
Well, see, the thing is, the grandfather
dog, would have to be like immortal, right? Depending on what age you want him to find the kid. But at the same time,
machine like thing, I think, kind of fixes that part. Where like the dog can be with Hero through his whole lifespan, really, if he's like a robotic. You know what I'm saying?
I'll say, you know, one of the things is some of the ideas that you have are going to end up. I think this is one that's going to hold you back a little bit. The idea that he would have been with Hero his whole life, because, you know, if we're going to be like mission focused as far as like the dog is the key to saving the world, how quickly are the bad guys maneuvering? Because, you know, we don't necessarily have 15 years for the grandpa to be stuck in the dog's body and basically raising the kid. You know, the villains don't stop what they're doing so that you could do that. Like, the villains are not going to take a decade-long break with whatever evil plan they're doing, you know, so that we can have those moments. We might have to find ways for the dog to bond with a more grown-up version of Hero.
Yeah. Well, that's why I was saying, like, so I'm really like thinking, I just have to figure out what I want and how I want to structure it. So that's where I'm at. You know, I do have, because like, but the main thing for me too right now, you know, like, I'm really just trying not to overwhelm myself as well. Like, I'm doing so much. It might not seem like, I know that I could be doing more than I am already in my life, but I'm doing quite a bit every day. Like, it, you know, I have. But the key for me, like, while I'm working on my newfound sobriety as well, like, I'm like, okay, I don't want to like overload my fucking, like, I don't want to be like trying to do too much at once. But
yeah.
But with this idea, I do want to, like, within the next week or so, I want to be putting my pen to the paper and starting rewriting things or coming up with new ideas, new concepts, all that kind of shit. Like, you know, I've got, and when I mentioned in your chat earlier about discipline, I'm like, I've done it several times, but I've tried to like sometimes lay down like kind of a, like on paper, say, you know, write me down a little routine of like, at this time in the morning, I want to do this, and this is what I do, and I knock that out.
Yeah.
And I can kind of start sticking to it. Like, maybe like, after I've gotten up and made my videos and maybe done an online AA meeting or something, I set aside at least an hour or so just to sit. Even if it's just, you know, even though I don't get a lot done, but getting practice of setting that time of putting everything else to the back burner and say, this hour is for me to try to see what I can do.
Yeah.
Because, you know, when you've lived like me, and I've been on disability for so many years, and I haven't had like an actual fit schedule because I'm not having to get up and go to a job like a lot of people and shit like that. Because, you know, sometimes there's a job just because it keeps your life more structured.
Yeah. Do you know who Jocko Willink is?
Do what?
Jocko Willink. Have you ever heard of him?
Jocko. Is that a?
Here, let's watch a little Jocko.
People look for the shortcut, the hack. And if you came here looking for that, you won't find it. The shortcut is a lie. The hack doesn't get you there. And if you want to take the easy road, it won't take you to where you want to be.
Discipline is the root of all good qualities. But we have to.
Oh yeah, man. Discipline is the root.
That sounded familiar. Like he's very motivational. Like,
yeah.
I do recognize the I ain't trying to interrupt this.
No, you're good, because like I gotta pause it eventually. I can't just play his whole video, right? That's stealing. But anyway, it's like that phrase, like, discipline is the root of all good qualities. You know? Like,
absolutely apply it to things outside of just waking up early. It's everything. It's working out every day, making yourself stronger and faster and more flexible and healthier.
To reach goals and overcome.
Huh?
Wasn't he a Navy SEAL?
Oh yeah, he was a Navy
Yeah.
SEAL.
That's what
Yeah,
I thought.
This is the classic one. The good speech.
One of my direct subordinates, one of my guys that worked for me, he would call me up or pull me aside with some major problem, some issue that was going on. And he'd say, boss, we got this and that and the other thing. And I'd look at him and I'd say, good. And finally one day he was telling me about some issue that he was having, some problem. And he said, I already know what you're going to say. And I said, well, what am I going to say? He said, you're going to say good. He said, that's what you always say. When something is wrong and going bad, you always just look at me and say good. And I said, well, yeah. When things are going bad, there's going to be some good that's going to come from it. Didn't get the new high-speed gear we wanted? Good. Didn't get promoted? Good. More time to get better. Oh, mission got canceled? Good. We can focus on another one. Didn't get funded. Didn't get the job you wanted. Got injured. Sprained my ankle. Got tapped out? Good. Got beat? Good. You learned. Unexpected problems? Good. We have the opportunity to figure out a solution. That's it. When things are going bad.
That's right. Did you put down a bunch of lines that you now need to get rid of on your picture because you accidentally merged the layers? Good. Good. Gives you the opportunity to work that eraser and get rid of those lines.
I really like that. What you just was playing, because that's how I'm trying to look at things. To say, even on my bad days, there's still like it. The fact that I'm even having a bad day is a good thing. It means I'm still conscious, or at least I think I am. You know, I'm still aware. Even if I'm having a shitty day, the fact that I can even complain about a shitty day is better than some fucking people, man.
Yeah.
You know, some people ain't got the time to complain. They live in such a shithole. You know what I mean?
There was one time I was working as a manager at this steakhouse, and, you know, I wasn't making money, you know. I was kind of pissed off. Like, one day a employee of mine comes in. He's like, hey, how you doing? And, you know, I was like, not good. Kind of pissed off. Well, I got $10 in my fucking bank account for some reason, even though I work 50 hours a week. And just that little bit. And, you know, he got pissed at me. He's like, dude, don't fucking hit me with that shit, you know? And it occurred to me, it's like, dude, I'm looking at a guy who's older than me, and he's washing dishes. You know?
Right.
What do you think his fucking bank account looks like? I'm complaining about my goddamn bank account, trying to feed my kid, and meanwhile, I'm complaining to somebody who literally has it worse than me. Probably has kids he hasn't seen in years. You know, who knows what his situation is like. But it's like, he's not burdening me with that knowledge. I, for some reason, decided to burden him, you know. So, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I mean, it's like...
I'm like, I got to get that bitch assness out of me, you know. I got to freaking harden the fuck up. And that was like... I think I discovered Jocko, and I started really getting on, you know, the self-motivational phases of my life come and go, you know.
Hey, just some guy.
What is up, so just some guy?
Yeah, you know, I was just talking to a friend yesterday that I hadn't talked to in a long time, and, you know, she's always having shit times because she's caught up in her head or whatever, and like, I'm always trying to be more of the like, send her just positive, like, messages, like, good morning, you know, hope you have a good day. And no matter what she's going through. But I said, you know, the reality is, I said, sometimes we find out that what we think we're going through ain't nearly as bad as, like, you can always find somebody else out there that's got some other shit going on.
You ain't got to go far, bud.
Do what?
You ain't got to go far.
Yeah, you know, but it helps to reel me back in when I see, like I was sharing with her, like yesterday morning, I talked to a guy that's been like paralyzed for a while. He wasn't always paralyzed, and he had a bad motorcycle accident that didn't paralyze him, but it was a few years later when he moved back to California to take care of his parents. He went and got like some kind of pain shot, right?
Mm-hmm.
And when he got that pain shot, it caused a blood clot, and then he lost all his use of his legs.
Damn.
Like and he wasn't bitching about it. It was the first time I was getting to talk to the guy, and I was just asking questions, like, because I knew he was a paraplegic. So one of my questions was like, were you born like this? Was it that? And it wasn't even the motorcycle accident that did it. It was
right. That's what's funny is he was doing something that should have, it should have been a motorcycle that did him in, but it was some random procedure.
Yeah, it was him trying to get relief from the pain or whatever, and them giving the shot, and then that shot caused him a blood clot, and it caused, I think he had like a stroke or something, because of the clot, and then he lost the use of his legs, and it's like
terrible.
When you're going through whatever it is you're going through, sometimes you don't see it that way. It's like, oh God, no, why? And
me.
Like,
I'm trying to remember where that line is from, where it's like, you got that bitch assness in you.
Yeah.
You got to get it out. I know
that's how I got it. I'll figure it out, man. I think I've got a routine going, but I need to just tighten my routine up and add a few things in my day, and then just kind of like try to get it down and be like we was talking about discipline,
Mm-hmm.
Set a little time every day aside for writing, set aside for this and that, the things that if I think I want to do it, then I need to be doing it, and rather than, just thinking about it.
The things that I need to get into a mindset where it's like, before I do any task, anything that's going to take time, I got to be like, what's this getting me?
Right.
Am I going to see the results, positive results from this action later, or am I literally just beaten off? What's going on? What is up, Dr. Ben?
Oh,
Ben. Yard care day.
I know I need to mow my yard, but man, I don't want to get out there. My back's hurting. I can use every excuse in the book. There's still things that's got to be done, even if I'm fucking hurting. But I'll probably put off until tomorrow, maybe, if I can get out there and do it. Especially if that is some kind of prescription for a muscle relaxer or something that might help me be a little more relieved. Hopefully, I can get that later. My pharmacy closes at 6, so I got a few hours. But, I'm thinking about, I was looking at Mike's campaign last night, and I'm interested in to have a cameo, like the $35 one, or even the $50 where it's
yeah.
I think $50.
I noticed that earlier.
But I was thinking $35 is probably more my speed, but I picked the one for the cameo, and I was like, yeah, but I might just be some creepy old fucking dude in there.
Right? Just randomly. They got you just eating a pizza in the background or something?
Yeah.
Or walking a dog?
Cool. It would be cool to see what he did with me, like, just whatever he decided to put me in the background as a cameo, like, just to be able to point it out and say to people, like, look, that's me,
Check me out.
And that's a reasonable price, like $35 to get the book itself. And plus he puts you in there. That's not bad.
Not bad at all, man.
I don't think it is and I do like how he said he would do justice, like meaning, and I think that's in reference to, how there's some people that were a little disgruntled with, what's that one comic what Belmont Press or something did about the pencil.
What, Pencils Down?
The first one, there was cameos people paid for, and it was going to be, and like, I think Jim, that's always on FFS a lot. And then
Jim Tells You.
Yeah. Jim Tells You. And then, and also, do you remember, what's his name? Is it Dan? Not Dan, but David. he don't come around much anymore. But back in the day, a few years ago, David, he's got the BTM reviews.
Yeah,
might, huh?
I remember him.
Well, him and Jim were the big ones that were just kind of like, they were talking about how much they paid for their cameo, and they just ended up in the very far background, and it wasn't, it's like, it's neither here or there to me, but
But dude, when you pay for a cameo, okay, if you're going to have a cameo tier, did he restrict how many people were going to be cameoed or anything? Like, was there any guarantee that those cameos were going to be significant? Because I feel like I'll limit it to like 4 people get cameos in Revenant Steel.
Yeah. Well, I think their cameo was basically, the cameos were on the cover, if I remember correctly. And like Jim and David had paid a few $100s, I believe, but you can barely even, once you see it, it. But I don't remember exactly everybody, but I could see where, I remember when they were talking about it and bringing it up, it made sense to me, because I was like, yeah, if I'd paid a few $100s for this, I might be a little bit like, have expected a little more. But it's kind of like an offer that you might need to have all the guidelines already fixed up, so people know, hey, yeah, you're paying for this, but it's not going to be some fucking big Jim Dandy real, as long as you're.
David's one of those where I've seen a couple of his streams where he's, because there's the anti-Comicsgate people that just hate Ethan or whatever, and then there's the people that feel like they've been ripped off a little bit. Yeah. Like I saw the one, it was Dave, it was BTM Reviews, and he's talking about how he bought Dark Harvest, the Cyberfrog book, and it was like 8 pages. It was like a thin little pamphlet of a book. And he's like, dude, I paid $25 for this. And it's like, sure, he explained that it was a preview book, whatever. But it's like, man, them and Peter Orchard over there and Jake at Tail End Studios, they do streams where they talk about it's like, dude, where the fuck is my book? Here are the campaigns that I've backed, and I don't see a book from these yet. And it's like, they got a point, man. They got a point.
But then I also see the other people that come in and go, well, I've gotten everything I've backed, and I'm fine with waiting, and it's like, okay, you can't please
but still
everybody all the time, right? You can't. You're never going to please everybody anyway.
Well, some people,
like I've never backed an actual campaign of Ethan's. I have bought stuff from Ethan after the fact off of his eBay.
Yeah, and that's when it's going to ship like right away.
Yeah, like that it's, But I'm seeing stories of some people that had bought those honeycomb boxes and never got them, but then yet he's got some on eBay for sale, and I'm like, well, that's
that's a weird situation there.
Yeah, that's a real weird situation. Like,
because I gotta wonder what
why haven't you got it?
Does he think that he sent those to them and they're just trying to get extra, or what? I don't know.
That's what I don't know. But I still support EVS. I don't have nothing. You know what I mean? Like, like I said, there was no reason that I haven't backed in a campaign, other than a lot of times I just don't like backing a campaign when it's too far away from being like, if there's no date telling me about when they're estimating, at least. But that was going to be one of my questions about how far along Mike is. I haven't been keeping up with because I think on his campaign it says his book's going to be 120 pages or something.
Right. It's going to be big.
But I'm willing to wait it. Like if I pay for $35 plus shipping and I get a cameo in it, I don't care if it takes till next year before it gets done and fucking whatever. I'm sure he's got a timeline of when he's probably talked about it a few times, and I just hadn't been on there or heard him, at the time that he was talking about it.
Yeah.
Because he seems to be pretty busy on doing his stuff. I thought but that's the ticket too. Like if you're paying, you know, it's like it's
People don't
just
want to feel ripped off, man. That's really just what it comes down to. And like
Yeah, but you
EVS, I
like if
like
you take
EVS.
something- do what?
I was gonna say I like EVS. He gets a lot of benefit of the doubt from me, but at the same time, like I kind of spontaneously decided to back the line art variant of Wrecked Planet because I
Yeah.
wanted to read the story. And at the time when he was like line art variant Wrecked Planet, for some reason I thought, okay, the story is made. What would be the holdup? Like, why wouldn't I get it quickly? And I
Right.
still haven't gotten it. It's been like a year.
Right, and
And
that's where the issue is, I think.
yeah, so I'm right
You
there with
get
the people who are like, where's the book? What's up? What's your deal?
Yeah, so I pick and choose real carefully when I do actually back a campaign, you know, because I have backed some campaigns and they've been fulfilled and I've gotten my shit, you know. But
Yeah,
but
'cause,
it's like Bronze Star One. Bronze Star One I bought off of Mike Barron's website after he had already. I knew when it was coming out and all that, and I'm kind of a long time fan of Mike Barron. And I remember, and I mean, I think he does pretty good, you know, and he always gets a pretty good artist and shit. He works with really good artists and stuff.
mm-hmm.
So, you know, when I saw that he had Bronze Star 1 available at one point still, because I remember when I ordered it and when I got it and posted about it, he had commented on my post, like, I didn't even know we still had any to go out. And, but once I got it in my hands, the first one, as soon as there was a second campaign for the second one, I went ahead and backed that, you know, because.
Yeah.
But Mike's not known for being late, really. And if he is late, it ain't real late. You know, it's not like some of these other things. Because I hear people talking about, I think Rainbow the Brute's been like, what, a 4 or 5 year thing that should have.
Oh, it's like up to 6 or 7 years now, man. And
Yeah,
that's a
it's
situation where it's like, okay, you had this idea for Rainbow the Brute. Were you launching the campaign before you got any work done on it? Because the way he explains it is like he launched Rainbow the Brute and he thought he'd be able to do it in a certain amount of time. But then he ended up making Wrecked Planet a longer story. He made it like 75 up from 40 pages. Like he practically doubled Wrecked Planet. And so that's what pushed the production of Rainbow the Brute off. And then now he's working on pages on his channel. But in the meantime, it's like, you know, people expected a quicker turnaround for sure.
Well, I'm hearing people talk about those fucking race cars.
Oh yeah, the race cars. Because how long ago was it that Cody Dennison did this thing? And now, huh?
That was a good while ago. Like where you could you could just buy into the cars, and there was different. Like there was the Cody cars, and there was the. I don't know if the Cody cars ever went out, but I know there was other racers that were going to be like Cyber Frog and other different comic skate. And from what I understand, like those ain't in a lot of people. I don't know if anybody's gotten any of them. I don't think they have.
Shane is sending his out. He's sending some out with the new campaign.
Who is
Shane? Like if you back Inglorious Rex 3 right now or Starlight Cats.
Yeah.
Back Me Bro, you can add a racer to it. Inglorious Rex racer.
Well, I know that the racers that they did for the Battle Brick Road got fulfilled and shit. But that was a thing. That was Eric Weathers and his people doing their own campaign.
Yeah, but if like, you know, there was like the hype behind Cody Dennison doing race car NASCAR driving, like that hype only had a short shelf life. You know what I mean? Now it's like, okay, we're going to get these race cars after he's already crashed, like, 2 or 3 vehicles. Like he's pretty much not racing anymore. Right.
Well, I don't know. I think he probably is. It's just not the season, right?
I don't think he's racing anymore, man. I don't think he's going to get another car.
I mean, I don't know. The last I know he was sponsored by Timcast, and that was doing real well. But that was last year during NASCAR season.
We'll see. When does NASCAR season start up?
It's more in the fall, ain't it?
I don't know.
Because I'm not a NASCAR fan, so I don't. I know a lot of people that are. I'd have to look it up, but I don't think. So that's a good question, because I used to watch Cody some, but I don't really watch him no more. So,
but people get hyped up about these campaigns, and it would be great if we could have a quicker turnaround.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Well, I mean, some of the people that do pretty good, there's some people that won't launch a campaign till they've almost got most everything kind of at the tail end.
Yeah.
Then they launch. And I think that works probably pretty good. Like, if you go ahead and put a campaign up and you're just in the very beginning, it's kind of like, that's going to probably make people kind of be like, fuck, it's going to take longer, so.
Well, and like for me, being a new creator, I have to build trust with people. So the last thing I'm going to be able to do is start a campaign that I haven't even started on yet. Like EVS had that luxury because he's got a loyal fan base, a loyal audience that he can communicate with. And, you can see how many people are sticking with him and how many people are kind of jumping ship over the way he runs things. But like Shane Davis has a great track record. So I backed Inglorious Rex 3 ages ago, and he's now fulfilling it, a year or so later. And
yeah, I think sometimes people forget that it is, there's a lot of life factors that do enter sometimes. But that's still you should probably try to, if you're doing a campaign, you probably need to factor that in as well. Okay. If you're putting a date on it and saying, well, we should be able to have it by this point, you got to factor in that things pop up in life, shit happens. And so you might want to put off a further date or what, I don't know. That's kind of a weird.
Yeah, you got to know yourself. And then, the backers will see. The backers are always watching. They're watching what you're doing.
You definitely don't want to do a Jimmy Reyes.
No.
Where he went into it, but then he didn't really ask anybody's help about, he got in a bind and then was like, when it came to fulfill, it was like, oh, well, I don't really have the money to fulfill it in color. And people were like, because I think originally it was going to be black and white. Then he said, okay, it's going to be in color. And then people backed it.
No, I think it was always going to be in color, dude.
Yeah. And some of the art he was doing looked pretty good. I was almost going to back it, but then I was seeing some of the shit that was going on. I ain't knocking the guy. I know he had health problems, but that's at some point you should have reached out to some of the other kings and said, hey, look, I'm in a bind. I need advice.
Yeah.
By the time he was bringing that to Ethan and them, it was already a little too late.
A little bit. And then you had Ethan, offering to do a cover for free, right?
Yeah.
To try and help him out. But yeah.
And so, but yeah, I hate the people that are so anti-CG that they try to make out like everybody that is claimed to be CG, just because of a few campaigns and a few people that haven't fulfilled and have shit over some people. That doesn't mean everybody that's Comicsgate is going to do that. There's a lot of campaigns that have been fulfilled that are being worked on right now that I'm sure will be fulfilled. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And then I just, I want to get a project going so that I can fulfill some, if I can fulfill my first project on time, then I can hopefully expect more people next time. As long as I can deliver a good product, because, if the project sucks, if the comic book sucks, it doesn't really matter how on time it is, right?
Right.
That's the whole rip.
Because once they get in their hands, if they're not satisfied with the overall quality and the story and the art,
oh, they're going to tell people.
that's going to affect it. You know, it's like the next time you try to do something, people are going to be like,
Yeah, like, I don't know about that one. As opposed to if I'm late, people are going to be like, well, the last one was pretty late, so maybe I'll wait till you're further. Maybe I won't back like early on, or, you know, they can factor that in. But at the end of the day, they're still going to want it because it's good.
right. And what's nice is if you put out a good one and everybody that backed it got, because, you know, like I'm assuming that when you get stuff printed, you're going to print more than just what was people backed. So you end up with a few extra copies that you can sell after the fact, because everybody that backed it, once they see it and they're able to talk about it, if it's good, well, then that's going to draw people. Like if they see that you got some copies of something on eBay or whatever, you got a website, you know, after the campaign's been fulfilled and it's in those people's hands and they're able to talk about it, some of the copies you've got for cons and to sell online, you know, like to see other people talk good about it, it's going to make me go, hey, well, let me go check out Will's. Like if I didn't know you or something, your book comes out and there's like 10 different people I see really fucking talking good about it, showing a little bit of the interior, saying this is fucking phenomenal. And I see got like some available. I'm going to go over there and I'm going to get it. And then the next time you have a campaign, I'm going to back it. That's kind of how
I'm thinking. It could be 2 or 3 years and a couple of issues before Revenant Steel really, really takes off. But we'll see what happens, man.
Well, you know, it's a totally different animal than how everybody was. So, you know, like everybody was used to the old days of like you worked for a major publisher, the publishers, even independent, but they were publishing it. You didn't have to worry about trying to get people to back you. But when you're getting into the backing thing, it's going to be not everything come out. I'm just like I'm talking about factoring in life and shit.
Yeah. Ugh.
Oh yeah, just some guy says that's where I got lucky. Very grateful. Matt saw something in me and took a chance on me just to help get my name out there. Yeah, because just some guy, he did some art. I think I told you about that. That ended up on a shirt that, like, he did like some kind of his rendition of something, and then Matt from Off Topic Show was like, "Okay, well, that's cool." And then now it's turned into a shirt, and I'm really just some guy told me that he hadn't really been drawing long because like he's just kind of like drawing different cartoon characters that we're familiar with, like Stimpy, or you know, he was talking about he didn't even know who Fritz the Cat was until somebody in his audience told him to, hey, try Fritz the Cat. And but he's doing pretty
heard
good.
Of that one.
Huh?
Frizz the Cat, you say?
Fritz the Cat.
Fritz.
Yeah.
Never
he's like a
it.
cartoon comic character that was like adult oriented pretty much. It was kind of an adult theme.
Not Felix?
No.
Okay.
It's Fritz.
Like I know Felix the Cat. I know Top Cat.
Do what?
I'm like, I know Felix the Cat. I know Top Cat.
Yeah, I know Felix, but Fritz, think of, I would say like Fritz is kind of like Felix, but very adult. Like there was some pretty, it was like real risque. It wasn't meant for kids, in other words. You know what I mean? It was like kind of an underground thing.
I can imagine.
Like a niche kind of, like I'm sure Dr. Ben knows a little bit about Fritz. I would think he would, because, you know, he's like a cartoonist and stuff and was in that circle for a while. But
yeah.
Yeah, just some guy said that's what I thought too, Felix. But nah, I think Fritz might have been just someone's take on, you know, I don't really remember, but I remember Fritz the Cat because it was when I'd see little cartoons of it, it was kind of, it appealed to me as when I'd find them in my youth because they were adult. You know, it's like, oh, like a comic character or a cartoon character that's like dirty and like making crude jokes and shit, you know?
Right.
Oh, yeah. You know, like I'll probably go here in a minute because I do need to. The doctor had called. They left me a message. I bet that was them telling me that there's
Yeah,
a
dude,
script.
go get your meds.
Yeah, I don't know if my neighbor's back yet, but I'm gonna get off here, check the message, and then see what it is that's up there that I can get, and then call the pharmacy and find out if I've got to pay anything.
Hell
But
yeah, man. I
I'll
might
talk
crack one of my energy drinks here in a second.
I might
Already
even
on.
stream later tonight myself, like this evening again, like like I did yesterday, just like a rant. It depends on how I'm feeling. Like if I'm feeling fairly okay, I might try to fire up another stream this evening, like I did last night, and just see how it goes. Because like I told you, like I thought it was something I had set different, but it might have just been the timeline. Like I think streams in the evening seem to do a little better, probably.
Yeah, I could see that.
Because there was a few times a few years ago that I'd be streaming at 7 or 8 o'clock at night, and I'd get up to 20 or 30 people watching all of a sudden. And then that was my first experience having a few trolls and shit, and I had to moderate, make a few people moderators because it was kind of like I couldn't just keep up with everything that was like some of the foul shit that was going on that I didn't really like.
Yeah. Here, just some guy says, I like the green alien look. So that's where I'm flatting the colors. So I'm choosing a color that's not going to be in the final like picture. These are their actual skin tones, just so some guy can see. They're going to be like purple skinned witches.
Yeah.
Like that's the character that's going to be sitting on the in the foreground there.
So is the green, is that a different?
Talking about this? This is just me arranging, so I have a layer now.
So she won't be green in the end.
She will not be green. There will be 0 green. But the green is very visible.
Light purple, like you showed. Okay,
yeah.
You were just see that.
Because basically, do you know how clipping masks work?
What is it?
A clipping mask?
I don't even know what that is.
Yeah, so basically, this is the green layer, right? So I've subtracted the line work. So I got the line work on a layer right above that. So I'm going to add a layer above the green layer, and I'm going to turn that into a clipping mask, right? So now I can take that purple or whatever, and it only is going to show up on the green, right?
Oh, okay.
See that? So that allows me to it allows me to color it more efficiently, because I can come in with more of a blending brush and just hit the outside of it, like, and I'm not running.
Oh yeah, that's nice.
I'm not running over anything, stuff like that. So that's how I'm going to be able to come in and do all that, make her look nice and sexy.
I like how the boobs that are on these characters aren't just over, like they are voluptuous, but they're not just like some people that draw comic book females. They over exaggerate the
cannonballs,
Huh?
The Alan Goldman, you've seen his stuff.
What's he doing? Name some of the.
So Alan Goldman, he's newer guy on the Kings, and he's doing a book called Safeguard with David Brink.
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, but his freaking ladies are just melons,
like mounds, and everybody has their own taste. Because like the other day,
see some gravity.
Dr. Ben came in. Was it Sunday when he came in and was like, does boobs make it sell more, or does it bring more? And I was like, well, not for me. Like it's all right.
Boobs.
I don't have to have big, huge, like I'm more of a small, like kind of a handful type guy. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But like these boobs are more realistic, I'd say.
The main character right there, those are pretty good. Like a medium kind of, not too big, but not real small either. You know what I mean? Like just enough. But hey, man, I'm gonna get out of here so I can check out what's going on here and go see if my neighbor's home.
No worries, man.
But if you're on late, if you're like you said, you ain't working, so you might be streaming or you might stop and then start
Yeah,
again.
I'm probably gonna take like a 10-minute break here and just, not even log off or anything. Just leave it up and go outside.
And then come back.
Yeah, I'll take the dog out and let him play around a little bit and come back 5-10 minutes.
Yeah, like if you're still around later and I've gotten settled down, I might be in your chat or whatever.
Yeah, man.
So I appreciate you, man. I'll talk to you later. And
Absolutely, dude. Take care. Thanks for stopping in.
Yeah, man. Take it easy.
Gray Cloud, everybody. Yeah, reminds me of a Monster High type feel. A little bit. I also have a daughter or 3. So, yeah, I'm very familiar with Monster High, with Ever After High. What other highs are there? Everyone's in high school now. All the monsters and princesses and stuff. So, yep. Yeah, they sag just right. You got to have some, I want them to feel like something you want to touch, because you got the touch. All right, I'll be right back. man. What is up, Mike? Thanks for swinging through. Dude, I'm glad you like it. It's coming along pretty good. Goodness. Well, I thought I had an energy drink hidden around here somewhere. Where the hell did it go? No, I had it around here. Am I really just going to drink coffee? Water? I should at least get some water. God damn. Ugh. What music is playing right now? There we go. What's going on tonight? I'll probably wrap this stream up here in like an hour or two whenever Omer starts his stream up, because I'll probably go chill on his panel tonight, be drawing. That'll be a good time. Well, dude, I was going to ask you what I should decorate those cabinets with. Let me go make sure I lock my door real quick. But anyway, yeah, Mike, I was gonna ask, like, if there was anything you wanted to see, as far as like, what should I put on the towel? I'll probably do something like white spiders related on the towel. Yeah, I guess like Gnarly Boy or something on the arcade cabinets. I put Gnarly Novella down here, the book that she's reading. Yeah, if you want to send me some pics of the fake games, because then I'll either work those in or use them as a starting point for like what I want to put on the cabinets. Yeah, I'm really glad that I came up with this idea as an alternative to the no smoking stuff. As cool as the no smoking thing was, because I still do really like that idea. I'm excited to see what Tank does with the files I sent him. Yeah, this just works a lot better, I think. See, but freedom demands me to think of stuff, you know? That's my only thing, is I don't want to get stuck. It's like, oh man, I was working on this thing and I got right up until I had to come up with something to put on the machines and then I just stalled out. That would be the worst, I think. That would be the worst result, is not finishing something. Because it's some insignificant point, you know? Yeah. I feel like the other one's cool, but this is the one where like you're using the bookmark and then every time you mark the page, you're going to take a minute to just sort of admire the beauty, you know? I almost put Zoe and is the guy, her brother, is his name Michael? Or did you name him something else? Because I almost put them over here walking instead of these other two spiders. You know, have them walking and talking. Hanging out at the pool. It's been nice doing this piece on stream and just getting people's feedback, opinions on it, because I was doing this yesterday. I think it was Reverend Self-Destruct who's like, you know, you should put someone getting out of a pool, because I did the main figure, but then I'm like, what do I put around her? What am I populating the area with? Yeah, I was gonna put Mikey and her walking behind her, but yeah, put some more spiders instead. But I almost put a side table next to her because I couldn't figure out how to fit the girl getting out of the pool over here. But we figured it out. Gotta make time to come clean up her tattoos a little more. I put the link in the Goth Night room if you wanted to show up and do a little draw stream. I don't know what your schedule's like today. Hell yeah, man. Glad to have you here. Right, dude. Push. Push it up the hill. I was playing Jocko Willink clips earlier for Grey Cloud. So he was talking about discipline and how he needs to be more disciplined. We were talking about his idea for a script earlier. Trying to inspire greatness. I'm actually going to make another layer. For the hair. Make that a yellow layer. How do you do your coloring, Michael? Do you have like a separate layer for everything? I'm trying to conjure up like a good workflow. So here I'm like creating like a flat layer. And I got a layer for the skin, I got a layer for the hair, and then I'll do clipping masks to add the highlights and the shadows. Back and finish the spider webs over here. Welcome back, Tank. Here, I can forward you the reference images I have. I'll upload those to the to that folder. Hell yeah. Wonder if I just did the whole thing blue. Oh wait, shoot! I was supposed to be skipping them. It's supposed to be blue, white, blue, white, blue, white. Oh, man. Yeah, that's better. That 24-hour comic. What comic are you making in 24 hours, Tank? Beginning to end? That's impressive, man. 24 pages, 24 consecutive hours, one idea, no script. One ferret, bitten by a radioactive tank, is here to take on the mission. So 1 hour per page. It's a tough one. No AI. I cheat all natural using PEDs. Who else is participating in this competition? Not that I have any interest in participating in this competition. Apex Predator, the second reset. solo challenge. Two ways to fail and yet still win. The Gaiman and Eastman fails. That's right. Must plan to succeed. I'm not Batman. I can't plan to fail. Everyone talks about Batman being able to take down Superman. If Supes really wanted to break bad, he's smart enough to take down Batman before doing anything else. Yeah. Freaking, there's been a couple of Superman stories like that. I mean, shoot, man. Back in the day, back in the golden age, he had this thing called super intelligence where, you know, his mind was always moving way faster than like everybody else's, you know, just a fact of being Kryptonian. And then, you know, they decided that was we can't have Superman just always being in control of every situation, because that's how he was in the 50s and stuff. That's why he was always smiling. He was always so damn happy to be around, because it's like nothing that was happening was surprising to him. You know, he was like He was the dude with cheat codes moving through life, you know? And I'm the dude who apparently needs to use the bathroom every 20 minutes. Hold on a second, I'll be right back. Superman vs. Goku is more interesting when Superman starts shooting little Supermans out of his hands. Right? With Superman vs. Goku, you know, I was involved in a lot of comic book resources because they had the blood sports section or the versus. I forget what it was called, but comicbookresources.com is where I spent a lot of time as a kid just arguing with people. And the Goku versus Superman thread was like freaking 300 pages long of people just going back and forth about Superman's invulnerability versus Goku's ki blast. Does Goku's ki blast count as a magical effect? Does it bypass Superman's invulnerability because it's like the ki energy affects a person's like life energy, like I feel like when you get hit with a ki blast, it's not just like heat. It's like concussive force that hits you, your ki, your chakra, right? So if Superman gets hit with a ki blast, is that going to rattle him? Or is he just going to be like, the hell was that? Is it just going to feel like a cool breeze to him or what? Like, and that's what, like, we were trying to, I was trying to nail down the science of it. Like, Superman's invulnerability, does that completely negate? Because, like, okay, Saiyans are tough, but could Goku really Superman? Some say yes. Yeah, when Superman and Goku fight, Saitama wins. The character whose entire gimmick it is to win fights, that's who's gonna win. So, who's writing it? You know? Yellow is the color of potato chip bags, right? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because you almost have to, when you got two characters from like vastly different universes with different fighting systems, you know what I mean? Different power scaling. You gotta invent your own math to go along with, okay, Superman being invulnerable, he's gonna reduce the damage coming in by how much, you know? But they never really define what key damage is, you know, like they use it for whatever they want to use it for. Piccolo, because I'm sitting here thinking, okay, a key blast is gonna, it's gonna hurt you, your chakras or your life energy, right? So it's kind of like using Haki in One Piece, where you're focusing your attack with intention, so you're able to bypass some of their defensive abilities, right? Whereas in Dragon Ball, you know, I mean, shoot, Piccolo took out the moon with a ki blast. So it is, at that point, you could argue, okay, it is a physical thing, right? Like it's not some magic woohoo whatever, but is it one of those things where whatever your intention is with the ki blast, it will manifest in that way? Like you want it to be more concussive, for you, you're looking for heat. Maybe some people's ki blasts have a little bit of cinnamon flavor in it, you know, a little different. Majin Buu is able to turn people into candy with his ki blasts. That's another thing. Is Superman going to be able to resist being turned into candy by Majin Buu? There were two like ongoing fights on comic book resources as far as like who versus who. It was Superman and Goku, but then it was also the Empire versus the Star Trek Federation. So people were going deep into the, you know, guidebooks and being like, okay, would the Federation, you know, if you got a captain like Kirk, is he going to be able to use the beaming technology to just bypass any sort of defenses that the Empire has? Is the Empire going to be completely defenseless against the superior technology of the Federation, even though they have, because I would like to say the Empire has more firepower in terms of being able to destroy entire planets with a Death Star, but do they have the tricky, you know, they can't fail. They can't teleport around. Yeah, he has an innate subtraction stat as well. So that's kind of like in HeroClix, he had the impervious ability, so you could roll a 5 or a 6 and avoid all damage. But if you miss the 5 or 6 roll, then it subtracts by 2 the incoming damage. He might have enough willpower to resist. Could be one hell of a heroic moment if Superman fought Majin Buu. I would rather Superman fight a villain like Majin Buu, so that it's not just straight up punches. You know, he's gonna fight a soft, you know, he's gonna have that moment. Superman's fought plenty of blob monsters, but nothing on the level of Majin Buu that I can think of. Yeah, see? But what's your take on who would win, though? Like, okay, you're saying it's not even close. I'm saying Star Trek takes it with the superior technology. But Star Wars, they have way more foot soldiers, right? Like, if it's planet side, I think the Empire has it. And not all of Star Wars, but specifically the Empire. If it's the Empire versus the Federation of planets. But I think it also came down to the size of the fleets, because I think the consensus was that the Empire had way more battleships than the Federation. The Federation has like some, like, isn't the Enterprise one of their best ships? Or am I wrong? I think there might have been one or two different classes above the Enterprise, but I'm not sure. And then does the Federation, are they noticeably more or less powerful depending on what season we're in? Like if we're in the Next Generation, obviously we're going to have superior technology from the OG series, but at the same time, you compare the two, and it seems like they have very similar, like they didn't progress a ton in the generation. Yeah, Star Trek mogs most sci-fi universes. The old Enterprise is a flying exterminatus. Yeah. Yeah, because what's the size comparison between the Enterprise and a Star Destroyer? Like one of the wedge things in Star Wars. I feel like they'd be similar size. What up, Subjugates? You made it just in time for the real big brain discussion here. Who do you got, Subjugates, if it's the Empire versus the Federation? Who do you got? Oh, he's got the Empire. (1701) is small by most scales compared to other Federation ships. What you're saying? Yeah. Want no weird alien viceroy telling me what to do? I'll take the old white guy. What if it's an old blue guy? I hear there's a few of those wandering around in the Empire. They're not as xenophobic as they could be. You know, they could stand to be a lot more xenophobic. Scotty was standing by to genocide a planet. But if you're genociding a planet, are you able to blow the entire thing to smithereens, or are you just hitting the surface? Would people survive underground in like a, you know what I'm talking about? Those underground cities they found in Turkey? That's what I'm saying, man. You could teleport a missile inside of anywhere you want, right? What's stopping them? Yep. Extinction level event. But they're not interested in a Death Star style, like, blow that whole planet up. This AI music's starting to get on my nerves now. See what else we got. Cinematic. If these dudes can just hyperspace up to our system and take out a whole planet, they're in charge. Yeah. I guess they can both do that, right? Although, wait, could the Death Star hyperspace? I don't think they could, right? Or no, they did. Because they had to jump over to, in Jedi, right? Or did they slowly approach that moon of Endor? All right, you're going to have to tell me. Because I feel like you know that I have no idea what General Order 24 is, and so you keep mentioning it to try and draw it out of me. Because what Order 24, is that coming from Trek or Star Wars? Because it was Order 66 to eliminate the Jedi. What was 24? had to. They had to get rid of Alderaan. They had it coming. I had to send a message. Okay. Message. What hell music is this? Oh, some nature sounds. Starfleet General Orders 24. Completely destroy the surface of a planet. All signs of life, rendering the planet uninhabitable. We had to do it to those people with the black and white faces. Wouldn't stop arguing with one another. For who had the proper side of the face. Exterminate us. Exterminate us. Nice nature sounds, you know. It's great having you here, Tank. Always good to see you. Have fun. As much as fun as you can, anyway, at Workland. Yeah, man. Anything but this AI Garbaggio. Garbaggio. I'll be right back. back. Trying to figure out what color is the ground here. Thinking about that. Hell yeah, man. Well, I've been streaming for like 4.5 hours at this point. I was thinking about just going until Omer starts streaming, because he does his Tuesday streams. I like to head over there occasionally, you know? But I think that starts at like, what, 8 o'clock? I'll probably take a break here in a minute. Let's see about some food or something. Yeah, it's been 4 hours. I can feel myself starting to get sloppy. So I'm going to hang it up. gonna hang it up for now. Thanks to everybody for stopping by. I think I peaked at like 6 viewers or something like that, which is good for a draw stream. You know, I don't expect much from these things, but it's nice to be available. People want to stop by and see what I'm working on. Yeah, it's going to be a really cool bookmark once it's all said and done. So, signing out from the Will